heritage of the Filipino people, leaving its mark in the country, in the region, and in the world. UP is the Philippines' national university, a top academic and research institution in Asia with partnerships all over the globe. And beyond that, we are a community. In UP, we support, challenge, and empower one another. Since 1908, UP has grown into a nationwide system with 20 campuses spanning Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Each campus is a center of research, critical thinking, and civic engagement. The UP tradition is one of honor, excellence, and service. Across a diverse range of fields, science, technology, arts, humanities, and beyond, we seek to innovate and to serve. We are a university for and of the people. From our classrooms to our communities, from the smallest particles to the largest machines, from our oceans and mountains to the halls of law, medicine, and engineering, every discovery, every breakthrough is part of our mission. For over a century, UP has been a space of courage and compassion. As long as UP stands, so will our students, faculty, researchers, and graduates stand for progress and justice. We cultivate honor and integrity. We strive for excellence. And we dedicate ourselves to service. We are UP, a community grounded in history, driven by principle, and called to lead. Let UP shape you, so you can shape the world.
The world is in a constant state of change now more than ever. It's a world that requires resilience, flexibility, and innovation to overcome challenges and to pursue growth. That is why the University of the Philippines Los Baños is pursuing future-proofing initiatives to provide agile leadership and develop local and global communities amidst shocks and disruptions in an ever-changing world. Guided by compassion, an openness to working together, and a daring to seek out breakthroughs, UPLB constantly pushes for academic excellence, produces relevant research, establishes academic and industry partnerships, and cultivates creativity, critical thinking, and innovation. To keep up with the fast-changing world and to strive for inclusivity in development, UPLB seeks to level the playing field and expand avenues for acquiring new knowledge. It is reshaping the learning experience, enabling students and educators to continue with the learning process in vastly different learning conditions. It is expanding its academic programs and supporting initiatives to create a conducive learning environment. To address the growing complexities of modern problems, UPLB continues to break barriers across disciplines to produce cutting-edge innovations and solutions that serve the needs of various communities. It is taking on challenges in food security and sustainability and coordinating research efforts to direct the university's resources toward critical research areas, making sure that the university-generated knowledge can reach its intended stakeholders and be applied to real-life contexts. UPLB is dedicated to its commitment to contribute to public good and social welfare as it continues to work with the local government and the community to address their most pressing needs. Amidst its engagements, UPLB remains as one of the top regional and global universities and continues to be recognized in the country and across the world. As the national university, UPLB aims to be a steadfast partner in development as a producer of new approaches that minimize the cost and impacts of future shocks, and by honing leaders committed to knowledge creation, innovation, and cutting-edge research and public service. This is UPLB's roadmap to be an impactful institution in a constantly changing landscape. Responsive, innovative, future-proof.
Three years ago, we began reshaping our research and extension agenda. What guided us in our work is the UPLB Agora, our framework in accelerating growth through one research and extension in action. Our journey has always been one that is shared with our stakeholders. Our mission was clear when the UPLB Agora was launched: to unify our efforts so every innovation can translate to progress felt by communities. At UPLB, we took on the challenge of implementing reforms to manage project funds and digitize our research processes. All this while we initiated a whole of institution approach towards sustainability. And now, we are going further to manifest a more tangible impact, the UPLB Agora 2.0.
With UPLB Agora 2.0, the university envisions itself as a leader in transformative higher education, forging a research ecosystem that is socially relevant and institutionally supported. UPLB will continue to use artificial intelligence, omics, geospatial science, and remote sensing to provide impactful, data-driven solutions that will ensure food security and environmental protection in the Philippines and the ASEAN region. The UPLB Agora 2.0 also forwards an evolution from the traditional environmental, social, and governance systems. UPLB is adding the economic pillar and putting the social pillar at the heart of its framework. Focusing on human and social development, UPLB shall prioritize human well-being, cultural heritage, and gender equity. And finally, UPLB is strengthening its impact measurement. UPLB shall prioritize science-based metrics improving the depth and significance of its impact on people's lives. The 5 focus areas of UPLB Agora will transition into specialized hubs with their own signature programs. Through the Food Security and Sovereignty Hub, UPLB will pioneer and apply appropriate, acceptable technologies to create resilient, sustainable, and just agricultural systems that help drive the country's food security and sovereignty. Under the One Health Hub, UPLB will recognize the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health in delivering timely disease interventions and sustainable well-being. The Resilience and Sustainability Hub will focus on improving the social, environmental, and economic security of communities to build a sustainable, resilient future. The Future Communities and Institutions Hub will guide UPLB in promoting a future-oriented, innovative, creative, smart, culturally vibrant, safe, inclusive, and economically thriving community and institutions. And through the Social Justice and Cultural Flourishing Hub, UPLB will cultivate a deep sense of pride for Filipino cultures and promote social justice by strengthening institutional memory, fostering the arts, and challenging structures of power through redistribution, representation, and recognition. UPLB is also reinforcing its vision with accountability. Under UPLB Agora 2.0, the university will be measuring its progress through Project RISE and Project USAD, and elevating the UPLB Sustainability Program into an office to operationalize the R&E agenda. Project RISE is an analytics-driven tool that tracks how UPLB is refining its research and creative works, intensifying its extension and public service, strengthening its local and global R&E collaborations, and how it is empowering the reps workforce. UPLB will also map its every output on the UN Sustainable Development Goals through the UPLB Sustainability Analytics Dashboard in partnership with Canada's Brock University. This is accountability in action.
Achieving our goals by 2050 will not be simple, but we have a roadmap to guide us. We have the systems, the solutions, and most importantly, the people. Join us as we safeguard our food, our health, our environment, and our future. This is UPLB Agora 2.0, transforming UPLB into a globally competitive knowledge powerhouse.
We would like to request our graduating students to please settle down. We will start checking your attendance.
This is UPLB.
This is UPLB.
11 degree granting units,
148 degree programs,
more than 1,000 faculty and staff.
Hi, I'm Polly from UPLB OAR.
I'm Dr. Rodney Perez, a researcher from UPLB Baños.
I'm Laila Landicho from the Interdisciplinary Studies Center on Organic Agriculture.
I'm Luis from the College of Human Ecology.
I'm Gail Therese Parco from the College of Economics and Management.
I'm Jerome De Jesus from the College of Development Communication.
this is UPLB.
Our vision is a future-proof university with agile leadership, driving inclusive growth and sustainable development. We innovate to mitigate future shocks and develop leaders committed to knowledge creation, cutting-edge research, and public service. Every initiative we undertake is consistently aligned with the National Development Roadmap and with the UN SDGs. A lot of transformation has been happening, and we have to act fast. And in doing so, we have to give utmost priority on investing on our people.
Excellence is our watchword. For us, quality assurance is not just an institutional requirement. It's a mindset, a culture, a commitment. From a single external assessment in 2014 We have progressed to multiple evaluations, including the UP External Quality Review, AU and 2A program assessments, and ABET accreditation. As we move forward, we remain steadfast in sustaining excellence and leading the way in quality assurance.
Instruction is our first and highest priority.
Every aspect from our faculty to our teaching methods is world-class. OBE implementation is a continuous process. It is anchored on the Plan, Do, Check, Act, or PDCA cycle. Ultimately, systematic review and outcomes assessment strengthen academic quality and sustain excellence at SEAT and at UPLB.
Our commitment to research drives us forward.
We are the national university. And as a national university, we have that mandate to translate our knowledge. The knowledge that we generated and produced must empower communities.
Our best and brightest scholars have forged a legacy of groundbreaking research and pioneering innovation.
The UPLB Interdisciplinary Studies Center for Water aims to sustainably manage water resources for national development through interdisciplinary research, responsive policy, partnership, and capacity building. Currently, we are 46 members strong, doing local and international researches for the country on various topics.
The Interdisciplinary Studies Center on Organic Agriculture was established primarily to implement holistic, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary research, development, and extension programs on organic agriculture to be able to contribute to the national goals of sustainable food systems.
Public service is our reason for being. We are committed to ensuring that our academics and research translate to tangible benefits and better lives for the communities we serve. By recognizing that health, agriculture, and literacy are closely linked, Dunong addresses the learning crisis head-on. By nourishing bodies, empowering teachers, and unlocking the joy of reading, we are building a more resilient DepEd Laguna. Together, we are cultivating bright futures, one learner at a time.
No institution can do it alone. We cherish working with our stakeholders and partners to build a better world.
The UPLB OIDE is the focal office for Philippine higher education institutions to help build capacity through technical assistance in research, curriculum, faculty, and leadership development.
UPLB cultivates a vibrant community through homecomings, awarding ceremonies, and other activities that feature alumni impact. These initiatives ensure our alumni remain vital, empowered partners in driving UPLB's excellence and national development.
In essence, we are continuously capacitating our future leaders who can deliver sustained and impactful governance. This is us. This is UPLB.
Honor, excellence, service. For decades, this motto has guided us into action. In every field, every classroom, every community. But what does it really mean to serve?
At UPLB, service means sharing what we know to help others become experts themselves.
The Farmer Scientist Training Program has been helping hundreds of farmers nationwide since 1994, turning them into scientific experts. As a leader in bee science, the UPLB program capacitates communities through sustainable beekeeping technologies, translating research into impactful public service.
At UPLB, service means working with communities, not just for communities.
The UPLB Ugnayan ng Pahinungod unites volunteers in service of underserved communities.
Being a student volunteer is one of my biggest breakthroughs in college. Through Pahinungod, I learned a lot, met many beautiful people, and most importantly, found myself doing things I never thought I would love. I learned that service is not just fulfilling, but a lifelong responsibility.
Programs like Bidani have spent years strengthening nutrition improvement in the barangays.
Bilang isang scholar ng bayan at mag-aaral ng Human Ecology, madalas na nakakatuwang namin ang Bidani Network Program sa paglubog sa komunidad at pagbibigay ng serbisyo sa kanila. At dito, mas naunawaan ko yung kahalagahan ng pagbibigay ng oras at pakikiisa sa ating mga komunidad para matulungan sila sa paggamit ng sustainable development.
Service means tackling root causes, the work that takes sustained commitment and time.
The UPLB Dunong program addresses learning poverty at its roots through literacy, nutrition, and agriculture. These initiatives reach every corner of the nation. Because for every student, researcher, and professor, public service is a shared commitment.
At the UPLB program, we are motivated by the gaps that we observe in the field, and then from those gaps, we develop knowledge, and from that knowledge, we derive technologies that we disseminate it with the greater community.
So yung problem natin ng malnutrition, multi-sectoral. Kaya yung ating role sa academe ay isang mahalagang parte sa pagbibigay ng solusyon o pag-contribute sa solusyon ng malnutrition.
Best part of being in public service is engaging communities, not just our partners, our stakeholders, but UPLB in general. Bringing them to the communities and bringing the communities to UPLB.
We teach. We innovate. We serve.
Sa nagdaang isang siklong karunungan, ipinunla ng ating pamantasan, kahusayan at damdaming makabayan sa mga naghabi ng kasaysayan. Ngayon'y nakatindig ng may kadakilaan, ipagmamalaki ang ating nakaraan, isinasa puso't isip sa kasalukuyan at ipapamahagi para sa kinabukasan. Kakayahang hinubog ng pamantasan, buong pusong iaalay sa ating bayan, damdaming pinalaya ng pamantasan. Ilalaganap ng pambansang pamantasan, karunungang nakaukit sa isip at puso, hindi napaanod ng alo ng pagbabago, natutong manindigan sa ating mga prinsipyo, di lang ang pagkukusa, di lamang ang talino, kakayahang hinubog ng pamantasan, buong pusong iaalay sa ating bayan, damdaming pinalaya ng pamantasan, mag-alala ngayon at magpakailanman, di patitinag sa pagod at kahit anong kahirapan. Ipinapangako na paglilingkuran ang ating bayan sa tulong ng may kapal at ng Universidad ng Pilipinas. Kakayahang hinubog ng pamantasan, buong pusong iaalay sa ating bayan, damdaming pinalaya ng pamantasan, mag-aalab ngayon at magpakailanman, buong puso alay sa bayan, mag-aalab ngayon at magpakailanman.
The University of the Philippines is the beating heart of Filipino knowledge, research, and innovation. It is the country's national university, among the top academic institutions of Asia, and the standard for Filipino distinction worldwide. Founded in 1908, UP is a public secular university, mandated not only to educate, but to lead, to raise the standard of higher education, and to advance national and regional transformation. UP is a world-class university system with 20 campuses across the Philippine archipelago. Scholars, innovators, dreamers, leaders. For over a century, we have built a tradition of honor, excellence, and service. UP's commitment to this tradition is reflected in the breadth and depth of our teaching. We offer hundreds of programs, from the humanities to the sciences, and everything in between. Law, medicine, and engineering, history, economics, and art. We embrace our unique context and heritage, agriculture, anthropology, environmental and marine sciences. Our graduates top national licensure exams and hold positions of leadership in the public and private sector. A testament to the excellence and relevance of UP education. Our research is globally recognized, locally grounded. Thousands of UP publications and programs advance the frontiers of knowledge in archaeology, artificial intelligence, public health, indigenous studies, earth and marine science, and beyond. We form and reform our understanding of our own culture, driven not only to ask questions, but to find the answers. UP is more than an academic institution. It's a community that challenges, supports, and empowers. Throughout history, our story has been one of courage and resilience. For generations, we have served the people. We turn our knowledge into action and lasting change. We engage in far-reaching volunteer programs that bring our expertise to underserved communities. Our cutting-edge research transforms data into strategy and emerging technologies into real-world solutions. Our impact extends beyond our nation's borders. The University of the Philippines stands alongside the top universities of the world. A proud founding member of the ASEAN University Network, the Philippines' sole member in the Association of Pacific Rim Universities, and the only Philippine university in the ASEAN European Academic University Network. With hundreds of institutional partnerships worldwide, UP leverages knowledge and innovation to help transform the Philippines and the world. Every corner of UP is a space for growth, a place where passions ignite, where ideas flourish. Through our vast alumni network, our legacy continues. Presidents, Supreme Court justices, lawmakers, national scientists, national social scientists, and national artists, doctors, engineers, professionals, educators, activists, social workers, and cultural advocates. In UP, we learn that change is possible, that we are the drivers of change. And together, we rise to build what's next. The University of the Philippines, shaping minds that shape the world.
We shall now begin the 20th Hooding and Recognition Ceremonies. We invite everyone to please stand for the processional. We are pleased to present the university officials, led by the University Marshal, Assistant to the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Ms. Marcelina C. Miranda. Please welcome the Graduate School Secretary, Associate Professor Maria Cristina G. Alinsunurin. Please join me in welcoming the Faculty Marshal, Graduate School Dean, Professor Jomar F. Rabahante. Graduate School Associate Dean, Professor Pamela A. Custodio. Graduate School Assistant Secretary, Assistant Professor Gabriel John L. De Leon. Please welcome the members of the Graduate School faculty. Professor Sherin A. Yap, Director, UP Professional School for Agriculture and the Environment. Associate Professor Ariel L. Bapiera, Graduate School Quality Assurance Officer. Associate Professor Ronilo Jose D. Flores, International and Alumni Relations Officer. Assistant Professor Charles John C. Gunay, Project Development Associate for the Graduate School Interdisciplinary Programs. Professor Maria Dalisay G. Maligali, Chair, Biological Sciences Standing Committee. Associate Professor Marion Lux Y. Castro, Chair, Physical Sciences Standing Committee. Associate Professor Winifredo P. Dagli, Chair, Social Science and Humanities Standing Committee. Associate Professor Jaya Agnes P. Buera, Chair, Standing Committee on Student Progress and Graduation. The Assistant Professors. The Associate Professors. The Professors. The Professors Emeriti. academicians of the National Academy of Science and Technology, Academician Juan M. Bulhin. Academician Agnes C. Rola. Let us now extend a warm welcome to the members of the Executive Committee, led by the Executive Committee Marshal, Professor Maria Amelita C. Estacio, Dean, College of Veterinary Medicine. Professor Amado A. Angeles, Dean, College of Agriculture and Food Science. Professor Christine Margus N. Piñol, Dean, College of Arts and Sciences. Professor Edmund G. Centeno, Dean, College of Development Communication. Professor Maria Angeles O. Catelo, Dean, College of Economics and Management. Professor Rex B. Demafelis, Dean, College of Engineering and Agro-Industrial Technology. Professor Annalyn L. Codilan, Associate Dean, College of Forestry and Natural Resources. Professor Jennifer Marie S. Amparo, Dean, College of Human Ecology. Professor Rhea L. Kumasi, Dean, College of Public Affairs and Development. Professor Lucelle E. Cui, OICD, School of Environmental Science and Management. Let us welcome the Executive Committee members at large. Professor Amy Lynn A. Barion Dupo. Professor Maria Ana P. Kimbo. Please welcome the Vice Chancellors. Professor Nathaniel C. Bantayan, Vice Chancellor for Research and Extension. Professor Rosana Marie C. Amongo, Vice Chancellor for Planning and Development. Associate Professor Rolando T. Belio, Vice Chancellor for Administration. Professor Agham C. Cuevas, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. Let us welcome the UP system officials. Assistant Professor Mark Lester Del Mundo Chico, Assistant Vice President for Public Affairs. Let us graciously welcome the UPLB Marshal, University Registrar, Assistant Professor Margarita Carmen S. Paterno, carrying the UPLB maize. The Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Professor Jose V. Camacho Jr. Everyone, please give a round of applause as we welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Reynabel Reyes.
Dean Jomar Rabahante of the Graduate School, our guest speaker, Dr. Reynobel C. Reyes, members of the faculty of the Graduate School, the administrative staff, and to all the families and loved ones of our graduating students, and to everyone joining us today, good morning. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome all of you in this 20th Hooding and Recognition Ceremony of the UPLB Graduate School. Today, we celebrate an important milestone in the lives of our graduating students. In the continuing history of graduate education at UPLB. To the class of 2026, my sincerest congratulations. You have completed a demanding journey of advanced study, sustained inquiry, and intellectual growth. You have fulfilled rigorous academic training, its requirements, carried out research, and who would forget, defending your thesis and dissertation before peers, mentors, or even tormentors, friendly tormentors, if I may say. You have revised your work in response to evidence and criticism, and persevered through periods of uncertainty, the many difficulties, and even self-doubt. And for some, this journey involved long hours of lab work, farm practice, forest, clinic, libraries, and field sites. For others, it meant examining data, institutions, communities, policies, and human experiences. Many of you pursued your degrees while fulfilling responsibilities to your families, to your workplaces, and communities. And reaching this day required far more than the knowledge. It required discipline, patience, humility, courage, and an enduring sense of purpose. And today, we honor that achievement. We also recognize that no graduate completes this journey alone. Behind each and every degree recipient are advisors, your advisors. Pakipalakpakan niyo po sila. Your committee members, all your graduate faculty members who shared their expertise, they asked difficult questions, tormenting questions, and helped strengthen both the research and you, the researcher. And there are staff members who sustained the academic and administrative processes that made your work possible. I know this. I was Dean of the Graduate School for nearly 9 years. And we have that old graduate school building where all these activities, requirements are being coordinated by our staff with the graduate faculty members and the Graduate Academic Advisory Council. There are colleagues and fellow students who offered ideas, the encouragement, the companionship during the most demanding stages of your graduate work. And above all, there are parents, spouses, your children, your relatives and loved ones here and abroad who made sacrifices on their own. They understood the missed gatherings, sayang, the late nights, attended deadlines, and long period of concentration that graduate education has required. To the families, the mentors, colleagues, and friends of our graduates, this achievement is also yours. Maraming salamat po sa inyong paggabay, pangunawa, at walang sawang suporta sa ating mga magsisipag tapos. The academic hood that our graduates will receive today is a symbol of scholarly accomplishment. It signifies the completion of advanced study and your entry into a community of specialists, researchers, teachers, practitioners, intellectual leaders. And we hold so dearly and very seriously. But it must also be understood as a symbol of responsibility. Graduate education gives you the capacity to see more deeply into the very complex questions. It equips you to test assumptions, distinguish evidence from assertion, and contribute to new knowledge to your respective fields. With that capacity comes an obligation. You are called not merely to possess knowledge, but to use it wisely. You are called to communicate evidence clearly, especially when public understanding is clouded by misinformation in this very age of artificial intelligence. You are called to ask difficult questions, the right questions, particularly when established practices no longer serve the public good. You are called to exercise intellectual honesty, to acknowledge limitations, to correct errors, and remain open to findings that challenge your own views. Ito ang pinakamahirap. You are called to place your expertise in the service of society. And the value of graduate education cannot be measured only by the number of publications produced, conferences attended, or professional titles earned. Its fuller value is revealed when knowledge helps improve lives, strengthen institutions, inform decisions, and expand the possibilities available to communities. And that's what we call impact. The challenge confronting our country today do not fall nearly or neatly within the boundaries of a single discipline. Food insecurity, connected to climate change, to technology, markets, governance, and even culture. Public health is connected to animal health, environmental conditions, community behavior, and institutional capacity. Environmental degradation is connected to livelihoods, policies, production systems, and questions of social justice. Technological advancement is connected to education, ethics, and social responsibility. Addressing all these challenges requires specialists who possess depth in their own field, but who are also willing to listen, to collaborate, and learn across disciplines. As a graduate degree holders, you will often be among the people in the room with the greatest technical knowledge. Carry that expertise with confidence, but also with great humility. Expertise should not isolate you from others. It should make you a more thoughtful collaborator. Learn to explain complex ideas without diminishing their substance. Listen to people whose knowledge was formed not in universities, but through experiences, through practice, and close engagement with their communities. Recognize that even the strongest research becomes more meaningful when it responds to realities beyond the academe. Graduates, today's ceremony marks the completion of your degree, but not the completion of your learning. Your disciplines will continue to change, new questions will emerge, accepted ideas will be reconsidered, and the tools available to us researchers and practitioners will evolve. Continue to learn. Continue to question your assumptions. Continue to uphold the standards of rigor and integrity that your graduate education has demanded you. Some of you will remain in the academe, in research. Others will work for, or will continue to work in the government, in the industry, in civil society organizations, international development organizations, and even in local government communities. Some will become teachers, administrators, entrepreneurs, policymakers, or leaders in your professions. Wherever your path take you, remember that you carry the name of the University of the Philippines. Let honor guide how you conduct your work. Let excellence compel you to keep improving it. And let service remind you whom your knowledge is ultimately meant to benefit. Our fellow Filipinos help you make your education possible. Kayo ang mga scholar ng bayan. Return that investment through work that is careful, ethical, relevant, responsive to the nation's needs and requirements. Use your expertise to clarify rather than to confuse, to build rather than to diminish trust, and to create opportunities rather than reinforce exclusion. May the knowledge you have gained be matched by wisdom, and may your accomplishments be accompanied by humility. And may the academic distinction you will receive today lead to a deeper commitment to the greater public good. On behalf of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, with your mentors, graduate faculty members, the Academic Council of the Graduate School, I congratulate all of you with the degrees that you will be receiving, with your faculty members, advisors, family members of the UPLB Graduate School community who have accompanied them on this journey. As we formally begin the 20th Hooding and Recognition Ceremonies of the UPLB Graduate School, may we celebrate not only the degrees earned, but also the knowledge, the service, and the possibilities that they represent. Class of 2026 of the UPLB Graduate School, congratulations, padayon.
lupang hinirang, kung saan matatagpuan ang tigas ng pelas ng silangan, nagniningning sa buong kapuluan. Nagdalay ko ang hiwaga ng silangan, at saan mang bayan o lungsod, maging timog, hilaga at kanluran, ang Pilipino ay namumukod. Sama-sama nating abutin pinakamatayog na bituin. At ang aking tagumpay, tagumpay ng aking lahi, tagumpay ng aking lipi, ang tanging binibinhi at hinahangat. Hangat ko'y tagumpay natin lahat. Ako'y may isang munting pangarap sa aking dakilang lupain, at sa sama-sama nating pagsisikap, sama-sama rin mararating ang iba't ibang galaw, isang patutunguhan. Dito isang araw, isang kapuluan. Sama-sama nating abutin pinakamatayog na bituin. At ang aking tagumpay, tagumpay ng aking lahi, tagumpay ng aking lipi, ang tanging binibinhi at hinahangat. Hangat ko'y tagumpay natin lahat. Hangat ko'y tagumpay natin tagumpay natin lahat.
Good morning. We are deeply honored to welcome our guest of honor and speaker for the UPLB Graduate School Hooding and Recognition Ceremonies, Dr. Reyna Reyes. Today we celebrate academic achievement, the courage to ask difficult questions, to pursue knowledge with discipline, and to use knowledge in service of others. Few embody these ideals more fully than Dr. Reyes. A Filipina astrophysicist, educator, science communicator, and public servant, Dr. Reyes has dedicated her career to expanding frontiers of science while making it possible and meaningful to every Filipino. She currently serves as director of the Space Science Missions Bureau of the Philippine Space Agency and is the executive director and co-founder of Pinoy Scientists, a platform that shines a light on the stories and accomplishments of Filipino scientists and inspires the next generation of thinkers and innovators. Her scientific work has earned international recognition. In 2023, she received the Outstanding Young Scientist Award from the National Academy of Science and Technology. She is also the resident scientist and host of Sciences of Knowledge Channel, helping bring science closer to young Filipinos. Her work has been featured by National Geographic, NBC News, and PBS, where she was recognized as the Filipina who proved Einstein right on a cosmic scale. Dr. Reyes' own academic journey reflects the pursuit of excellence that we honor today. She graduated valedictorian from the Philippine Science High School main campus, batch MC01 at 2001 po yun. Earned her Bachelor of Science in Physics summa cum laude from Ateneo de Manila University, completed a diploma in high energy physics at Abdus Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics in Trieste, Italy, obtained her PhD in astrophysics from Princeton University, and pursued doctoral research at Kavli Institute for Cosmological Physics at the University of Chicago. Yet beyond these remarkable accomplishments, what makes Dr. Reyes especially inspiring is her belief that knowledge finds its highest purpose when it is shared, communicated, and used to uplift others. She reminds us that the pursuit of excellence is never an end in itself, but a responsibility to contribute to society and to open doors for those who follow. As our master's and doctoral graduates prepare to embark on the next chapter of their own journeys, as researchers, educators, professionals, innovators, and leaders, we are privileged to hear from someone whose life demonstrates that curiosity, humility, and service that can indeed change the world. Everyone present, please join me in giving a warm UPLB welcome to our guest of honor and speaker, Dr. Reina Reyes.
Thank you, thank you. Chancellor Jose B. Camacho Jr., our UP system officials, Vice Chancellors, and members of the UPLB Executive Committee and Management Committee, our University Registrar, Ma'am Paterno, Deans of the various colleges and schools of UPLB, of course, Dean Jomar F. Rabahante of the Graduate School, members of the Graduate School faculty and staff, our distinguished guests, proud parents and families, and of course, most especially to our master's and doctoral degree candidates who will be hooded today. Good morning. Good morning sa ating lahat. It is a real honor to be with all of you today in this very meaningful and special and memorable day in this chapter of your, I would say, young lives. Our young lives, and one that should not be taken for granted. I should know because I missed my graduation ceremony, now 15 years ago. When I finished my PhD degree from Princeton, I did not get to attend because I was already doing my postdoctoral fellowship in Chicago, as Doc Amy mentioned. So marching with you today, this morning, in this Princeton regalia, na locally made na po, I feel that I get to commemorate my own graduate school journey with all of you. And very special for me as well, all these years later. So I think better late than never. And for this, I'm very thankful. Thankful for the invitation from the graduate school, Dean Jomar, of course, and for the warm welcome from everyone. Because as we all know here, especially the graduates, each of the 344 of you, regardless of when, where, or what specialization you took, graduate school is quite a unique journey and a life-changing one. One that tests you not only intellectually, but mentally, physically, emotionally. That tests your resolve and resilience, your patience and persistence. So I had the opportunity to ask you to share your own experiences and stories from your own journey. So thank you to everyone who shared and allowed me to share some of these with you today as we look back together and celebrate. So one of you shared about starting their thesis journey, confidently thinking that you were going to complete it in just one semester. Sounds familiar? But they also shared not everything went as planned. The data gathering had to be redone. Writing the paper, of course, took longer than you expect. So it took another mid-year SEM to finish the data gathering and another SEM to finish writing and defending. But you made it here today. Congratulations. Let's hear it for them and for everyone who made it here today, even if it took longer than expected. Diba? Mas sarap ang tagumpay. But not to be left out, let's also recognize and hear it for everyone who is here today who graduated on time. Hats off po sa inyo at sa inyong mga advisors. Meron po yung bonus from the OST. You also shared about your troubles with experiments, unavailability of equipment and reagents, issues coming up just when you are ready to perform. Parang may conspiracy. You shared about the difficult and frightening academic courses. Frightening talaga. Sino kaya ang prof nito? You shared about a memorable group activity doing interviews for participatory rural appraisal all throughout Lopez Street. By the end, everyone in your group was so tired, you sat down and cried for a good 5 minutes. And after crying your hearts out, you all just laughed and went to finish your case study. Wow! Yan ang scholar ng bayan. Palakpakan po natin sila. You share about confronting challenges, balancing your grad school commitments with personal responsibilities and even work responsibilities. You share about days when you even doubted if you were deserving of this degree. You shared about heartbreaking personal loss. Despite all this, you prevailed. You emerged stronger and wiser. You gained a deep and lived understanding that showing up matters. That being in full control is an illusion. That what really matters is how you respond when things don't go your way. How you then get to call upon everything you learned and that you trained for. How resourceful you become. how you problem solve on your own and with others, how you seek and find support, how you stay the course. And you all did. And for this, I and everyone around you, your parents, your families, friends and loved ones who are here with us today, your professors and advisors, your classmates and colleagues, many who are here with us today, many who are here with us in spirit, from near and far away, some no longer with us. But we see you, we celebrate you, we are proud of you, and we are here for you. A round of applause to all of our parents and loved ones who we won't be here today without them. Of course, there were good times too. You talk about meeting here friends that you will be friends for life. Very, very precious. You also talk about meeting the love of your life here. How lucky. Sino yung mga yan? You talk about your beautiful campus, lots of green spaces. I'm sure you have many, many memorable memories. And the beautiful thing is that you could always come back. You're always welcome back. You talk about collaborating with classmates from diverse backgrounds and professions. About month-long observerships, where you get to apply what you learned in actual clinical practice. About exciting, impactful projects and partnerships, one with an actual corporate team to solve a business problem, together with HR consultants and the senior leadership team. About the steadfast inspiration, encouragement, and support from your advisors, who mentored you and challenged you, and by the grace of God, brought you here today. Touchingly, you shared about how deeply grateful you are to them. In fact, one of you requested that I relay this to your professors, to all the UPLB faculty and staff, to the UPLB Graduate School family, and to your fellow graduates for their excellence, dedication, and support, for being a source of light in the darkest times, for their encouragement that sustained you in the most trying times, that got you to continue even when it was justifiable to stop and give up. I really felt what an amazing, loving community you have here. Let us give all of them, of course, and our administrators, a big round of applause and show them how much you appreciate them. Find ways to let them know, even in small ways today and in the coming days. Trust me, even the smallest gesture will be appreciated. Tag nyo sila sa mga post ninyo. Or send a private message. And now, looking ahead, as fully fledged graduates, well, isang tulog na lang, and experts yourselves, it is now your turn to give back to the community and to pay it forward in your own schools, workplaces, and communities. You also beautifully express this and how ready you are for it. In your own words, to be the kind of educator that your advisors have been to you. Ganda, di ba? To make an impact in the agricultural industry in the Philippines. To strengthen your own logistics business. To improve how nutrition care is delivered. To keep the fire burning. To uphold the values and excellence of UPLB. And someone in Filipino, na maisabuhay ang lahat ng turo ng universidad. I'm so inspired by your words and the spirit behind them that's clearly shining through. And I'm excited for you as you embark on your new eras. And as is traditional, please allow me to share some thoughts from my own journey to take with you as pabaon for your own journeys ahead. And I will be sharing 3 C's para madali maalala. First, 1, I will talk about community and connection. 2, about communication and collaboration. And 3, about comfort with uncertainty and curiosity. So actually 6 C's, but we'll take them by pair. First, community and connection. A beautiful example of this was just from yesterday evening. We had a Pinoy Scientists Science and Socials gathering at the Graduate School at the 5th floor beautiful space there. Around 40 young researchers from UPLB and the community came together for sharing our science and our journeys. We had fun, geeky games and conversations over dinner and delicious buko pie and cassava cake. It's really lovely welcome. The personal connections we made in spaces like this, are so precious. And especially now that we spend so much time glued to our screens. Of course, working, coding, and writing, binge watching, guilty, or even doom scrolling. So we have to nurture these spaces and find ways to engage, even help organize them when we have a chance for our own groups and communities. Hopefully that won't be the last and we can have many more gatherings here and elsewhere. Another example is from last Saturday when I had the bonding experience marching with LGBTQIA+ Pinoy scientists and allies at the big Pride March in Quezon City, walking the 5-kilometer route inside UP Diliman campus, plus a stretch along Commonwealth Avenue. We had jeepneys and buses, curious, some were cheering us on, with over hundreds of thousands of people who joined and cheered. It was a joyously memorable and meaningful experience, and I'm hopeful that the personal connections we made there will continue to deepen and grow and foster this community and advocacy. Fostering connections and community seems like an intangible achievement. It is hard to put in one CV or resume, and I believe severely underrated in our society. Perhaps because it is not associated with the traditional masculine type of leadership, you know? It's treated as feminine and therefore less. Yet, it is one of the most powerful and transformative work that we can do, that any of us can do, and that I feel I personally do. Especially at this time where AI, artificial intelligence, threatens to take over increasingly in our societies and personal lives. I consider it the most human and most fulfilling work as well. So as a way to keep our humanity and our sanity, I invite you to this work and leave you with this quote: "There's no power for change greater than a community discovering what it truly cares about." So that's our first pair, community and connection. The second pair of C's is communication and collaboration. In a way, this is the other half of the DNA of Pinoy scientists, who, if you haven't seen yet, as Doc Amy said, we provide a platform for brilliant scientists and researchers and science communicators to share about their work, their life and advocacies to a broad Filipino and global audience, including many young aspiring scientists who we were once. So you can find us on the web, Facebook, and Instagram. A different scientist takes over every week, so you can follow along. And please consider this a personal invitation for you to consider signing up and taking over yourselves. It's easy. You just fill up a form, we give you a schedule, and then you post for a week. In fact, I look forward to it. While I was thinking about this part of the speech, something came to me, surprisingly, something from my childhood that seemed apt. I haven't shared this before publicly, so please allow me to share it with you. When I was in grade school, I was always an honor student. So during the recognition ceremonies, I got a lot of medals. I'm sure many of you can relate. And I remember my mother telling me, you only wear your medals for one day. That day, like today. You cannot wear them to school, you cannot wear them to Jollibee. And then she would force me and my siblings to be the one to ask the server at the counter for utensils or paper napkins. And so I was young, no? So I had to muster up my courage to get the attention of the busy server and to politely ask for what I need. At a young age, my mother was teaching me a very important lesson and life skill, one that I'm thankful for. The lesson is that being good academically can only take you so far in life if you don't know how to engage and communicate with others, especially those who are not as academically gifted as you. And in our context today, this translates to, I think, that our graduate level specialized training can only take us so far in our careers. If we do not know how to engage and communicate with others, especially those who do not have our specialized training and expertise. Echoing what Chancellor also shared earlier. And there's another additional darker layer to this as we stand here today in 2026. In a world where disinformation spreads faster than facts, where we live in echo chambers and amidst extreme polarization in our discourse and in our society, where conspiracy theories abound and are seriously considered. Quoting physicist Brian Greene, he says, "We have come to a very strange place where there's an assault on some of the features of reality that one would have thought just a couple of years ago were beyond debate, discussion, or argument. And underlying and exacerbating all this is that trust in institutions and authority, experts and yes, scientists and researchers, and yes, that's us, all of us, have fallen dramatically across the board. And so my mother's simple lesson now resounds even more profoundly. You cannot wear your toga or your sablay to Starbucks, to Lopez Street, or to the boardroom. You have to meet your audience where they are, earn their trust ethically and rightfully, and bring them with you. You have to be humble and check your ego at the door. Not only speak, but listen, really listen with humility and openness to genuinely connect and to learn and to communicate more effectively. In the current landscape, we have to confront the reality that we have it tougher than those who came before us. And that does not mean that we disengage in frustration or arrogance. On the contrary, I feel that there's no more critical time for us to engage than now. And here I quote the wizard, Gandalf, responding to Frodo, who like us wishes that these dark events had never happened in our lifetime. He says, Gandalf says to Frodo, So do I. And so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what we do with the time that is given to us. I leave you with that. Now let's go to the other C in the pair. As I said, we have communication, and I paired it with collaboration. And this is the brighter side of it. It's one of the more or lesser recognized positive outcomes of good communication, is that it enables great collaboration. That is why conferences where we researchers talk to each other about what we do, about our studies, our findings and our plans, sparks conversations and thoughts and ideas, melding of new hypotheses and experiments and studies is the lifeblood of science and scientific collaboration. And practically, this is why investing time and effort on your presentation, yes, it takes much longer than the actual length of the presentation itself. And your presentation skills will pay back even more than you can imagine. And these days, for a personal example, since it's around graduation time, I get messages and emails from young researchers, aspiring professional scientists who are seeking for opportunities and advice. And what I notice is that the more you can clearly communicate your interests, strengths, and what you can contribute at any level where you are, the better someone like me can assess what collaboration opportunities or partnership opportunities may be a good match, and indeed can explore those with you. And in case it's not a good match, that's okay, right? And in fact, at least I can maybe endorse or refer you to some other opportunities or someone else who might have a better match. In any case, it is much better than a generic inquiry, especially one written by ChatGPT, which can only get a generic response as well. So keep this in mind the next time you reach out to a prospective mentor or collaborator. It really matters. Okay, finally, we come to the third and final pair of C's. Pabaon. And that is comfort with uncertainty and curiosity. Ganda ng pairing. So unfortunately, as we have already alluded to, and when I saw your response, it's actually so positive and moving and inspiring that I will be remiss if I do not at least address the challenges that we are facing at this time. These dark times, filled with confusion, fear, and uncertainty, which we are all feeling, the young and the not so young. Imagine the world order is collapsing before our very eyes. Technology is disrupting all sectors of our society at an unprecedented and ever-accelerating pace. And more immediately, as you look ahead at your career journey in this time of graduation, the traditional career ladder is breaking down, if not essentially collapsed. Sorry if you just heard that now. But it is natural to become anxious and stressed amidst this profound uncertainty and chaos. But we can no longer afford to be so. The lesson is we need to be comfortable with uncertainty and to get better at navigating it. Now, you don't have to worry if you do not have a 10-year plan. Sino may 10-year plan? even a 5-year plan, or even a 3-year plan. These are now impractical and outdated. Instead, we can focus simply on what comes next. A shorter time horizon. Let's say what the next 6 months would look like. What you want to do, what you want to achieve, what you want to contribute. And as a millennial, my own professional career is an example of that. A non-traditional, non-linear one. You can check my LinkedIn. But for broad strokes, I went from graduate school, where you are, to academe, which seems natural. Then I jumped to industry and consulting. And then I went back to the academe during the pandemic. And most recently, to serving in government at the Philippine Space Agency. What comes next, I honestly do not know. And that's okay. In fact, it's liberating and empowering. The non-traditional path gives you the gift of creating a path for yourself. As you figure out what you care about, what your values are, and what is needed from you most at this particular time. And one of my favorite poems come to mind by the Spanish poet Antonio Machado. Allow me in Spanish first. Caminante no hay camino, se hace camino al andar se hace camino. Pathmaker, there is no path. We make the path by walking. By walking, the path is made. And this is my mantra when I somehow make paths in my own journey, where few or no one have trodden before. And so I invite you now to choose curiosity over fear, to see uncertainty not as a threat, but as the birthplace of possibility. The possibility of creating something new, of creating space for a new kind of society, of culture and leadership. One that is more inclusive, more empathetic, more feminine, yes. One where we commune and connect as humans, where we communicate and collaborate, where we lead with curiosity and support each other through chaos and uncertainty. This is my hope, this is my purpose and my invitation. And I'm so grateful and joyful to be in this space of possibility with you. Again, congratulations to all our soon-to-be graduates, mga bagong master at bagong doktor ng bayan. Mabuhay kayo, padayon, and salamat.
Okay, eto na. Chancellor Camacho, on behalf of the graduate faculty, as endorsed by the University Council, it is my honor to present the graduates of the mid-year 2025, first semester academic year 2025-2026, and second semester academic year 2025-2026, the pride of UPLB, the class of 2026.
We shall now commence the awarding of certificates to the candidates for graduation. The candidates for graduation for the academic year 2025-2026 for the degree of Graduate Diploma in Environmental Planning, Abdul Mujir Muhammad Ahmad. Rolf Albert Alcantara Bergoño. Shan Adeson Belostrino de Tasa. Janelle Altarejos Fuentes. Jean-Louine Machon Idulsa. Hanin Saliling Lagindag. Maria Cristina Dagondon Lucenio. Teresa Danila Montalban. Gia Erica Layugan Rivera. Michael Piol Tuarez. Kiao Zol. Camila Flor Joso Bañares. Alan Paul Cerda Batalier. John Allen Baldosa Bourbon. Tito Sabare Kabatingan Jr. June Woodrow Golondrina Canastillo. Laardi Shire Barte Chavez. Jason Centino Diano. Maria Carmela Hamunin Ilegue. Marian Pontipedra Esmeña. Haniel John Baldostamo Florano. Rainy Shil Elopre Habonillo. Dana Marie Mejia Joseph. Ernie Enero Lopez. Silma Endico Luta. Joanna Marie Pasola Marquez II. Christine Joy Eroma Mejeño. Maricel Vina Villar Menes. Marico Ven Carrion Paclibar. John Kyle Francisco Perez. Delu Basibas Fua. Annie Rubin Velasco. For the degree of Master in Animal Nutrition, Joan Cagas Abenojar. Arnel Abuya Lala. Robert Eli Aldeguer Mansilla. For the degree of Master in Clinical Nutrition, Alti Herbosano Fajardo. Hershey Mesa Angeles. Anzanet Priscilda Cagas. Maria Josephine Vilaga Ayon. Katrina Halibas Fernandez. Genesis Lon Rivera Maghira. Tommy Vicky Lay Rodriguez Chua. Joy Camille Tardesilia Sijanko. Jeremiah Asuncion Yawardi. For the degree of Master in Food Engineering, Jonathan Librero Juanillas. For the degree of Master in Food Engineering, Jonathan Librero Juanillas. Princess Lorety Peria Wico. Christian Earl Rebancos Repala, Advisor, Associate Professor Shiba May Duque, Recipient, Academic Achievement Award. John Marvin Menjola Reyes. For the degree of Master in Public Affairs, Princess Jane Gapus Pacheco. In Education Management, Jose Sangria Chua Jr. John Eric Moreno Abe. Jadaya Maika Estipona Bautista. Ruela Lat De Leon. Janelle Ivan Akim Lim. Harold Vertudes Manguban. In Strategic Planning and Public Policy, Mark Chevin Villapando Pareto. John Olediveram Alcantara Palomar. Apriline Sarmiento Viloria. Paulo Cruz Aquino. Don Ramti Barnuevo Bedanya. Gerald Gascon Bitonio. Rubel Mangada Camps. Carmel Jimenez Cayaon. Jessica Jane Alokin Ilomina. Jenica Villania Josinco. Philip James de la Cruz Malupi. Juan Carlo Malabanan Manas. Rodante Mabansag Patrelana. Maricris Cuidadano Reforma. For the degree of Master in Veterinary Epidemiology, Maria Luisa Sevilla Guevara. For the degree of Master of Development, Management, and Governance, Glidel Ann Fernandez Catilo. Maria Catherine Bagsik Danila. Tessa Lyrene de Chavez Lantican. Timothy Moises Colla Mendoza. Now Ong. Eleanor Gumastin Gulangan. Cherry Hill Yap Macado. Melissa Roque Manalo. Mia Mercado Nunez. Alicia Decena Revilla. John Sinex Bruno Solorano. Recipient, Pahinungot Service Fee. Wa Tun. For the degree of Master in Information Technology, Romel Lubao Bayoca. Chester Galera Francisco. Gia Claire Zabala Matno. Jonas Patron. Joseph Patron. Isaiah Roque Tonco. For the degree of Master in Management in Business Management, Leander Paul Piamonte Cosico. May Angeline Javier de Chavez Garcia. Camille Ann Espejo Mendoza. Sheila Marie Sumagang Pasha. Hazel May Alipala Sastado. Ronald Timkang Ang. Diana Rose de Galicia Castro. Julie Agravante Danyo. Ira Wenzel Paje de Besa. Hazel Francisco Tison. Renz Kevin Reyes Ilagan. April Christine Parocha Malihan. Glyza Hernandez Manguba. Maria Crisel Espeleta Mercurio. Frances Camille Gasa Retruerma. Paula Bianca Malate Santander. Beverly De Leon Torocha. Lovely Grace Ramos Oriza. For the degree of Master of Professional Studies in Food and Nutrition Planning, Christine. Ira Madeline Malabuyo Crescio. For the degree of Master of Arts in Communication Arts, Betty Ann Dagandan Estrada. Paul Quino Cruz Opolencia. For the degree of Master of Arts in Environmental Planning, Mariz Araujo Balgoma. Elizabeth Castro Bandojo. John Lery Ilagan Cebuano. Daisy Hardin Dacasi. For the degree of Master of Science in Agricultural Chemistry, Aubrey Malasa Fabro. In Agricultural Economics, Maria Cristina Punay Pamit. Belisa Festejo Abeleda. Leia May de los Reyes Aguila. Therese Reyes Olviga. Cara Gianina de la Cruz Rosas. Kurt Adrian Warges. In Agricultural Engineering, Arvale Tan Briones. Nemesio Asuit Agyab Jr. D. Balestramon Lucena. Eric J. Fidelis Bulalakaw. Sherwin Panday de Jesus. Lancelot Sokita Dupitas. Claudette Joy Balasta Mendina. Ninoy Mandela Kalima Panimbatan Serrano. Raymar Carrera Albalos. Roland Calizo Aquino Jr. Alan Barcelo Aicardo, Advisor, Assistant Professor Maria Camille G. Acaban, Recipient, Academic Excellence Award. Christine Lure Alfonso Camigui. Liwayway Vasquez de los Santos. Jusel Marie Torrevillas Cuatlo. Princess Angelou Parale Hanaban. Hazel Baginat Pilong. Jerome Peñano Romero. Marjorie Gumpak Sanchez. Triana Faustino Soronio. Jomar Elodin Tuazon. Girly Pagaran Turaha. In agrometeorology, Maristel Cervera Guerrero. Didre Monet Kesha Ikal Dawis. In agronomy, Darren Joy Ganya Gandas. Wen T. Chu Lin. Jomar Vega Mosente. Nika May Mendez Muñez. Maridel Collado Pimentel. In animal science, Krishna May Ministros Alapar. Angelique Alasada Militante. Jumari Laurencio Abikibet. Rumar Aquino Daito. Roberto Navarro Cañete Jr. Jade Earl Brian Paulino Castillo. Lorelie Jane de Guzman Guillermo. Maria Angelica Torres Maghira. Vina Ilapan Salazar. In Applied Nutrition, Kim Jayan Marieli Jimenea. In Botany, Tom Lin Celerio de Ocampo Jr., Advisor, Assistant Professor Maria Celeste N. Banaticla Hilario, and Professor J. Sung Lee, Recipient, Academic Achievement Award. Dominic Quiñones Cardoniga. Clarissa May Perez Escalona. Phil Anthony Balugo Sumaban. Jose Dale Lau Villacrucis III. In Chemical Engineering, Ruen Ray Remojo Sazon. In Chemistry, Lilane Awatin Kutanda. Lauren Nara Rebutica. In Community Development, Marie Danela Acerios Bocor. Darlene Joy Defensor Calzado. In Computer Science, Prince Carlo Cabral Aragones. John Cedric Serbo Gasa. Aljan Almario Villarreal. In Development Communication, Gen Edrevson Pesigan Garma. Advisor, Professor Benjamina Paula G. Flor. Recipient, Academic Achievement Award. Hannah Joyce Marshall Makawili. Juanfa Sri Prapan. Clarissa May Gano Eba. In Economics, Mayumi Hayag de Salisa Tebe. Claire Therese Banyaga Villafuerte. Maria Janda Ira Felina Morales Benedictos. Sam Jairus Fortuna Henosa. In Entomology, Rex Joseph de Jesus Enabora. Jerwin Tejero Alcalde. Jerby Ann Maneja Basin. David Allen Banilan de Guzman. Joyce Pagkaliwangan Garcia. Maria Luningning Ginto Hernandez. Carlo Opada Manalo. Jefferson Bulayan Recto. Environmental Science, Alvin Joseph Santos Dolores. Ginelli Sacluti Espolita. Jesus Gabriel Sereno Fetil. Nicole Casilag Aliposa. Rizal Ayana Marie de Celis Banay. Gerald Cabador Katambakan. Edwin Padilla Herrera Jr. In Extension Education, Justin Paulo Dayapan Interno. In Food Science, Pretty Lou Salaysay Malida. Monafe Mortianos Yu. Abigail Fernandez Feliciano. Joanna Marie Fajardo Ramos. In Forestry, Christian Nino Almario Zurrito. Angela Marie Soriano Aldocente. Nel Angela Rico Orenciana. Jolimar Puno Rodriguez. Dimple Burgos Burgos. Catherine Hope Morales Bustillo. John Louis Labsan Educado. Efrain Cruz Evangelista. Trisha Claire Asuncion Harina. Ana Clarice Del Valle Maravilla. Ralph Bernoli Alunin Ramos. Erwin Lapitan Tabaco. Desiree Acuesa Valencia. Laika May Coronado Oriza. Wilfrido Delgado Villacorta. In Genetics, Sonal Dundia. Monica May Remonde Pon. Joseph Orlance Gulle Veraño. In horticulture, Maria Jamie Balingbing Palenzuela. In mathematics, Piolo Dimate Gaspar. Carbine Colt Bitonio Santos. Miko J. Solano Bahamundi. Riza Marie Vega Ontanillas. In microbiology, Mary Joy Morga Arce. Francis D. Casidsid Francisco. Jason Fresnido Garcia. Kalel Liam Mondares Garcia. Mark Kevin Marco Lazo. In molecular biology and biotechnology, Kim Warren Iril Balaba Antonio. Well Jane Lu Pagaduan Mantalba. Talaba. Mark Alan Lapada Perez. Patricia Joyce Recuenco Adorada. Jessica Joyce Lopez Jimenez. Angelo John Hilbuena Layos. Mark Cyril Rogado Mercado. Rizali Segundo Pilare. In Natural Resources Conservation, Carrie Maynard Ruado Olivar. Advisor, Professor Rogelio T. Andrada II and Associate Professor Frenchie Bell O. Law. Recipient, Leadership Award. And recipient of the Pahinugod Service Fee. Angelet Jude Fuentes Quesada. Joselito Aguilioso Eala. Jermaine Micah Valencia Reyes. In physics, Juan Rafael Caligo Bautista. Dain Paulo Corporal Dasalias. In plant breeding, Wendy Bacaro Abunitalia Gaspar. Narayan Neopane. Ronel de Pedro Roberto. John Paul Abiog Makasaet. John Marshall Gudoy Patsy. In Plant Genetic Resources Conservation and Management, Camille Ray Abril Cortez. Erica Jane Ruz Pasamba. Junri Anthony Magto Remolyo. In Plant Pathology, Rafael M. Caisi. Roda Gonato Capacao. Alia Chiriel Yerva Manyugo. Sarah Jane Bees Manaday. JV Sitiar Mendoza. Kathleen Shear Kulang Apaga. Christine Joy Balitaan Panaligan. Jared Beloncio Vergara. In Soil Science, Precious Grace Bandao Dapi. James Lorenzo Fajardo. Ira Grace Ku Floro. In Statistics, Charlina May Evangelista Magnata. Julius Howell Porlay Regalado. In Wildlife Studies, Paul John Sales Tolentino, Advisor, Professor Ana Pauline O. Diguia, Recipient, Academic Achievement Award. Chris Medelino Flamiano. In Zoology, Brian Allison Visceral Martos. Sherwin Ramos Escurel. Sydney Sardenia Mendoza. Adriel Cleo Del Mundo Payos. Mark Kemuel Mahinay Kasinda. Tisha Francesca Urbano Corrales. Hussein Ali Madale Limbona. For the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Agricultural Chemistry, Joy Eileen Kaligayahan Diacos, Advisor, Professor Sherry Lozel B. Ariola and Professor Dese Srinivasulu, Recipient, Academic Achievement Award. In Agricultural Economics, Rovelito Luzdoc Narita, Advisor, Associate Professor Julieta A. de los Reyes. Chut Tran Yem, Advisor, Professor Antonio Jesus A. Quilloy. In Agricultural Engineering, Lemuel Vergara Aton, Advisor, Professor Emeritus Victor B. L. Grace Olea Tula, Advisor, Professor Emeritus Victor B. L. Rosalinda Laita Abad, Advisor, Professor Arthur L. Fajardo. Arnold Jimeda Abdohan, Advisor, Professor Rosana Marie C. Amongo. Guillier Bombonga Damian, Advisor, Professor Arthur L. Fajardo and Professor Rosana Marie C. Amongo. In Agronomy, Mohammad de la Cruz Dulison, Advisor, Professor Maria Lourdes S. Edan. Anne Mailalulex Arestado Magnaye, Advisor, Professor Emeritus Pompe C. Santa Cruz, and Professor Amelia Henry. In Animal Science, Ruby Ana Buatag Arevalo, Advisor, Professor Romel C. Sulabo. Mauricio Pamitan Bayubay Jr., Advisor, Professor Amado A. Angeles and Professor Arnel N. Del Barrio. Jonah Paraiso Gofredo, Advisor, Professor Elpidio M. Agbisit Jr. Jonesio Requioma Macasaid Jr., Advisor, Professor Veneranda A. Magpantay. Zara Huminto Villasana, Advisor, Professor Elpidio M. Agbisit Jr. and Professor Romel C. Sulabo. In Applied Mathematics, Jonesis Adolfo Dayab, Advisor, Professor Jomar F. Rabahante. Rafiatu Imoro, Advisor, Professor Editha C. Jose and Professor Micah Krishna A. Gavina. In Biochemistry, Jasmine Lee Dunaan, Advisor, Professor Mary Ann O. Torio. In Community Development, Lea Vanguardia Indon, Advisor, Professor Emeritus Josefina T. Dizon. Ariel Nabus Delfino, Advisor, Professor Maria Ana T. Kimbo. In Development Communication, Glenn Sumage Lubugin, Advisor, Professor Shirley B. Hamias. recipient, Academic Achievement Award, and recipient of the Pahinungon Service Pin. Rochelle Ann Tolinero Baraquias, Advisor, Professor Shirley B. Hamias. Nikki Ann Berzola Macapunto, Advisor, Professor Shirley B. Hamias. In Development Studies, Girly Nora Alvero Abrigo, Advisor, Professor Emeritus Agnes C. Rola, and Professor Rowena Didi Bacongis. Recipient, Academic Achievement Award. Eminel Jane Marcos Alvior, Advisor, Professor Emeritus Agnes C. Rola. Michael Pampelon Basister, Advisor, Professor Rowena Didi Bacongis and Professor Yoran Peterson. Renel Villarama Caray, Advisor, Professor Maria Ana T. Kimbo. Esnaen Macaubang Cato, Advisor, Professor Emeritus Agnes C. Rola and Professor Bing Baltasar Brillo. Khalid Triñanes Serio, Advisor, Professor Evelyn P. Serrano. Marcel Fernando Climacosa, Advisor, Professor Evelyn P. Serrano. Maria Stella Ebio Noche, Advisor, Professor Emily P. Serrano, recipient of the Pahinungod Service Pin. Herbert Dries Perez, Advisor, Professor Nelson Jose Vincent B. Querijero. Cherry Lou de Jesus Repia, Advisor, Professor Maria Ana T. Kimbo. Marcelina Villaverde Cervantes, Advisor, Professor Dainapura T. Depositario. In entomology, Adrian Senyo Mausi, Advisor, Professor Celia D.R. Medina. Joseph Celiado Quisado, Advisor, Professor Celia D.R. Medina. In Environmental Diplomacy and Negotiations, John Nicolas Bautista Mejia, Advisor, Professor Antonio P. Contreras and Professor Decibel V. Faustino Eslava, recipient, Academic Achievement Award. In Environmental Science, Wilbert Acebo Aureo, Advisor, Professor Rico C. Anco. Maria Raiseline Rosido Natividad, Advisor, Professor Rex B. De Mafelis. Eileen Simondac Peria, Advisor, Professor Juan M. Polhil. Clarice Colting Pulumbarit, Advisor, Professor Juan M. Pulhin, recipient, Academic Excellence Award. John Monteros Vicente, Advisor, Professor Hildy Maria E. Nacorda. Mary Jean de la Fuente Salvania, Advisor, Professor Patricia Ann J. Sanchez. Leo Jean Malaya Solamo, Advisor, Professor Patricia Ann J. Sanchez. Dines Carl Naranjo Garcia, Advisor, Professor Visual Gay Palien. Marlon Cañones Suelto, Advisor, Professor Decibel V. Faustino Eslava. In Food Science, Dulce Fe Velasco Abraga, Advisor, Professor April Shane L. Sulabo. Maria Christian Zinampan, Austria, Advisor, Associate Professor Florencio C. Regino Jr. Melogen Bulawan Bandala, Advisor, Professor Dennis Marvin O. Santiago. Feliz Louis Di Mampili Salazar, Advisor, Professor Lotis E. Moper. Leia Bacantu Yakit, Advisor, Professor Catherine Ann C. Israel. Forestry, Mar John Villamor Anista. Advisor, Professor Nelson M. Pampolina and Professor Marilyn S. Convalicero. Ameline Ambal Formiliesa, Advisor, Professor Roberto G. Visco. In Genetics, Lawrence Ives Cheng Uy. Advisor, Professor Maria Jeneline Q. Diaz and Professor Chang Chun Lin. Diana Rose Rogelio Gonzalez. Advisor, Professor Maria Jeneline Q. Diaz. Imelda Calagos Bacaldo, Advisor, Professor Maria Jeneline Q. Diaz. In Horticulture, Hitinayaka Mudian Silage Chandrika Hitanayake. Advisor, Professor Edna A. Aguilar. Anusha Priyadarshini Siriwardana. Advisor, Professor Elda B. Esguera. Joey Aguilar Soniega, Advisor, Professor Pablito M. Magdalita. Michael Adonis Mausisa Sudaria, Advisor, Professor Yurica Teresa M. Ocampo. In Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, Carl Flores Libayao, Advisor, Professor Lucille C. Villegas. Grace Angelique Carino Magalit, Advisor, Professor Maria Jeneline Q. Diaz and Professor Ines Lamet Lodi. In plant breeding, Tao Tar Tin Shue U, Advisor, Professor Consorcia E. Riaño and Professor Venuprasad Ramaya. Nue Sin Po Sat, Advisor, Professor Consorcia E. Riaño and Professor Venuprasad Ramaya. In plant pathology, Alexis Gorospe Villarin, Advisor, Professor Filomena C. Santa Cruz. In Soil Science, Ronald Condecion Magos, Advisor, Professor Jocelyn D. Labios. Juvelin Yacunas Planas, Advisor, Professor Jocelyn D. Labios. In Statistics, Archimedes Añasco Lage, Advisor, Professor Consorcia E. Riaño. Resume Requirme Sanco, Advisor, Professor Zita Vijay Albacea. Shera Marie Pausang Buon, Advisor, Professor Consorcia E. Riaño. Last but not the least, for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy by Research in Environmental Science, Mark Nel Castillo Corpus, Advisor, Professor Maria Victoria O. Espaldon. Finally, in plant breeding, Ripon Kumar Roy, Advisor, Professor Emeritus Jose E. Hernandez, and Professor A.J. Col.
Class of 2026, please rise. Please prepare the GS medallion. Graduate programs at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, started as early as 1913 under the College of Agriculture. One graduate student of the college was awarded the degree of Master of Science in Agricultural Chemistry during that year. So that was 1913. Then in 1972, the full-fledged UPLB Graduate School was established. More than 100 years since the first graduate, and more than 50 years since the establishment of UPLB GS. You are part of this history. This year, we have the first graduate of the PhD Environmental Diplomacy and Negotiations, the first of its kind in the world. And the first graduates of PhD Applied Mathematics, the first in the Philippines. Class of 2026, let us celebrate this and as a symbolism to distinguish you as graduates of the UPLB Graduate School. And tomorrow, please wear this medallion on your sablay. Let us simultaneously pin the GS medallion at the left side of your chest near your heart. Congratulations, Padayon Class of 2026.
Isang pinagpalang umaga po sa ating lahat. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure and privilege to introduce our student speaker for this year's Graduate School Hooding and Recognition Ceremonies, Assistant Professor and soon-to-be Dr. Clarice Colting Polumbarit of the Department of Social Development Services, College of Human Ecology, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Clarice is an educator, researcher, and licensed environmental planner whose work lies at the intersection of social development, sustainability, disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and indigenous people's knowledge and rights. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Biology, where she graduated cum laude, and a Master of Science in Environmental Science, both from UPLB. She has now completed her PhD in Environmental Science with cognates in Sociology and Social Forestry, also from UPLB. My association with Clarice goes back from many years, even before she became my PhD advisee. It can be traced through her late father, Dr. Rogelio D. Colting, the fourth president of the Benguet State University, who served from 2003 to 2011. I had the opportunity to work with Dr. Colting under a collaborative agroforestry program between UPLB's Institute of Agroforestry and Benguet State University from the late 1990s to the early 2000s. Dr. Colting was a respected advocate of sustainable organic agriculture in the Cordillera region and the first member of the Ibaloi tribe to graduate from UPLB. When Clarice later approached me to serve as chair of the Graduate Advisory Committee, I accepted without hesitation. Knowing her father, I already have a sense of Clarice came from a family shaped by service, excellence, and deep commitment for environment and communities. Today, I can say with great joy that I am the proud advisor of Clarice in her PhD study. But as I came to know her more closely, I realized that the success in her journey was not just inherited nor genetic in nature. It was earned through her own character, discipline, resilience, and intellectual courage, the same qualities that are reflected in the very theme of her dissertation. There are several qualities that, to me, define Clarice as a scholar, qualities from which I believe many graduate students could learn from. First, she is deeply inquisitive and has a genuine hunger for learning. She does not ask questions merely to complete requirements. She asks because she wants to understand. Her research interests are not abstract academic concerns. They are grounded in real communities, real histories, and real struggles for inclusion, recognition, resilience, and justice. Second, Clarice consistently goes the extra mile. In my almost 3 decades of teaching graduate students, she stands out as one of the few who could transform even a minor course requirement into a serious scholarly output. I still remember that for what could have been a short and ordinary requirement in my course, she submitted a carefully developed, well thought out, and high quality paper of about 30 pages. That moment revealed something important about her. She does not settle for minimum compliance. She strives for depth, rigor, and meaning. Third, she perseveres under pressure. Like many graduate students, Clarice had to balance coursework, dissertation work, professional responsibilities, and family life. There were moments when the demands become heavy. At times, she had to slow down. At times, she had to pause. But she never stopped. She continued, step by step, with quiet determination, until she completed the journey. Fourth, Clarice contributes meaningfully to the advancement of knowledge in her field. Her dissertation, titled Surfacing Indigenous Peoples' Disaster Resilience Perspectives to Enhance Disaster Risk Reduction, the Case of Tublay Benguet, Philippines, is a timely and important contribution to environmental science, disaster risk reduction, and indigenous knowledge studies. In this work, Clarice examined how indigenous and Western knowledge systems may be brought into meaningful conversation, not by erasing one in favor of the other, but by recognizing the dignity, rights, and perspectives of indigenous people. Working with the Ibaloy community, of which she herself is part, Clarice privileged indigenous voices and drew on the biocultural approach, the two-eyed seeing framework, and cultural domain analysis. Her study generated an Ibaloy-informed understanding of resilience, developed culturally appropriate indicators, and proposed a framework for surfacing indigenous peoples' perspectives in ways anchored on their right to self-determination. This is scholarship that is not only intellectually strong, but ethically grounded and socially relevant. Beyond her dissertation, Clarice has built a strong record of teaching, research, publication, public service, and professional engagements. Her work includes social impact assessment, community-based development initiatives, climate and disaster risk assessment, land use planning, indigenous forest management, and sustainability education. She has published in peer-reviewed journals, contributed to a Routledge book chapter, presented in national and international conferences, and served communities through research that seeks to be culturally appropriate, inclusive, and useful. Finally, Clarice is also a wife to her husband Alfie, and a mother to Lila and Lunti. This is worth mentioning because her journey reminds us that graduate education is not undertaken in isolation. It is often pursued alongside family responsibilities, professional obligations, and personal sacrifices. Clarice has shown that it is possible to pursue academic excellence while remaining grounded in family, community, culture, and service. Ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore my distinct honor and privilege to introduce to you a scholar, teacher, environmental planner, advocate for indigenous peoples and social justice, proud daughter of Benguet, and by tomorrow, a PhD graduate of UPLB, assistant professor, and soon-to-be doctor, Clarice Colting Polumbarit. Please join me in welcoming her with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, Doc John, for that warm introduction. To our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Reyna Reyes, UPLB Chancellor, Dr. Jose V. Camacho Jr., Graduate School Dean, Dr. Jomar F. Rabahante, University officials, UPLB graduate faculty and staff, honored guests, fellow graduates, family, friends, Maptang Jan Agsafa, Son Sikatujon Amin. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Allow me to start with an acknowledgement of land and people without which I would not be standing here today. I acknowledge the Ibaloy of Tublay, Benguet, on whose land I conducted my dissertation. I acknowledge the Ibaloy's continuing struggle and the struggle of other indigenous peoples for self-determination and rights to their ancestral domain. While mulling over whether to apply for graduate student speakership, my 10-year-old son, Gael Luntian, encouraged me to just do it and tell everyone this important message. Life is short, live with it. Taking off from his cue, let me veer away from the stories of my graduate school experience and share some thoughts we might want to reflect on as we try to live life with our advanced degrees. It is always refreshing to hear the innocent wisdom of children because it jolts us back to the simple answers to questions we find so hard to answer in adulthood. My daughter, Lila Shalumi, when she was 6 years old, once gave the best advice when I started teaching at UPLB and asked out loud, "What will I teach the students?" She wrote in my notebook in Filipino, "Ask them what they don't know and teach them what they don't know." Simple, right? But then again, life and sustainability challenges we face amid the poly crisis is no simple matter. And the task at hand for all of us, supposed masters and doctors in our respective fields, to address sustainability challenges alongside issues of poverty, exclusion, injustice, and human rights violations in a brittle, anxious, nonlinear, and incomprehensible world often feels too much to handle. We leave this room facing a world in a state of water bankruptcy, enhanced global warming, and in the Philippines, it is projected that by 2030, we will officially become an aging population. The COVID-19 pandemic, which disrupted the normal academic journey for many of us, hello online classes, online exams, online meetings, online socialization, online everything, presented an opportunity to rethink our theories, policies, and practices, to recalibrate our unsustainable development trajectory. Yet here we are, 5 years after, and we are still breaching global warming targets, facing an energy crisis and massive inflation rates brought about by the escalating war of aggression of the US in the Middle East, while corrupt government officials forwarding personal gain in the country and somewhere across the seas abuse their power at the expense of the people's pockets and lives. A dim picture of where we are now and what is to come but indeed as a scholar ng bayan with advanced degrees, the nation and the world heed us to beckon to the call of the times. We are called upon to look beyond business as usual ways of thinking and doing. Indeed, if we are to wake up to a more sustainable tomorrow, Western knowledge, the dominant scientific knowledge, is not enough, and has even been used as a tool to actively prevent the needed systemic change to address social development and sustainability challenges. In looking at future ways of doing, recent graduation speeches have dwelt on artificial intelligence. However, being a Kankanaey Ibaloy from the Cordillera region, owing to my Kankanaey mother and my Ibaloy father, allow me to share reflections on perhaps the opposite of AI. Increasingly, the world is recognizing the need to harness indigenous knowledge systems and practices, or IKSPs, in multiple evidence-based approaches, not only because of IKSP's distinct contribution as adaptive, environmental stewardship-centered knowledge systems, but also because indigenous peoples' ancestral domains overlap with many key biodiversity areas in the world and are places where environmental resources have been preserved across generations. While this is a good step forward, the heightening call for surfacing IKSP should be examined and forwarded with care. As Linda Tuhiwai Smith, a foremost scholar recognized internationally for her work on indigenous research methodologies, said in her book, Decolonizing Methodologies, for the indigenous world, research is probably one of the dirtiest words. A whole past is created and then given the authority of truth. The challenge always is to demystify, to decolonize. This comes as a critique of the extractivist tradition of research, whereby IPs have been treated as research subjects, or may also be called participants, but only in the data collection and the validation stages. Jordheim and Shaw, in another article, also state, within both the academy and in society and politics more widely, we are actually within a knowledge turn or moment in which the stakes of delivering and challenging knowledge are unusually high. Hence, where do we go from here? To say that we should do research with the IPs may seem cliché, but this is a call for us to privilege the indigenous communities' voices that have been historically erased and engage the IPs in long-term, relationship-anchored, just and ethical instruction, research, and public service initiatives from the onset, even before problem framing. This entails not only recognizing IKSPs through documentation and performative policies and programs, but also recognizing the IP's right to self-determination and their right to their ancestral domains on which their human-environment interactions, environmental stewardship values, and IKSPs are deeply rooted. This means ensuring that IPs have greater data sovereignty or greater ownership, control, access, and possession of their data and knowledge. As one Ibaloy leader lamented concern over proposed bills to transfer the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples' Ancestral Domains Office to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, without an ancestral domain, there will be no IPs. On a lighter note, but still a concern, it is painful to see our beloved indigenous weaves, required to be worn by civil servants on Mondays, being worn by officials of questionable character and committing dishonorable acts on TV or social media. How can we honor cultural heritage more meaningfully through these weaves? We know that there are complex challenges that come with the recognition of IP's prior rights to their ancestral domain. Many of us are witnesses to this reality in our research, public service, and other initiatives that often include IP communities. However, having a clear stand on how to value IPs and IKSPs is an important starting point. At the heart of our stand, let us recognize the differences in worldviews and how to address these in our work. While we hail individual achievement, for example, IPs support more collectivist worldviews. In Baguio City, the ancestral domain of the Ibaloy and home of the Ibaloy leader, Mateo Carino, whose landmark case in the U.S. court led to the recognition of the native title used to support the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act. There are movements to reclaim spaces by renaming places and streets to their traditional names. Returning the name of a street named after a person, for example, to its original name, Shanum Street, pertaining to water, reminds us of the collective meaning and attachment of the people to the place. In IP communities, knowledge and its benefits are freely shared because knowledge is generated through intergenerational, individual, and collective experience passed on through time. Can an individual own it? While the Western tradition, for example, is increasingly moving towards patenting of knowledge and outputs, IPs freely share seeds with community members, teach and learn from each other, and generously share what they know with researchers and whoever cares to ask. What do we do with this? Can we claim these as our own? Where do we stand when we work with IP communities? How do we embed the principles of respect, responsibility, relevance, and reciprocity in doing research with IP communities? In the end, everything we do cannot be fully objective. Where we stand always matters. Our worldview and values guide our choices that can impact the lives of many. Where we stand in an increasingly divided world is important as we seek to reimagine more just, inclusive, and sustainable ways of doing and engaging with communities. Let us ask ourselves, how can we highlight a community's broad vision of their future and use this as a starting point in co-designing initiatives? Let us question the status quo and stand with the people. As graduates of the National University, we hold not only greater responsibility, but accountability. Of course, to be able to shift away from the demands from us, for example, for our work to have an impact in 1 year and with a limited budget, requires institutional changes outside of our control. But these changes will not come without actively advocating for and asserting these, even as we strive to survive day-to-day tasks. I sincerely hope we can collectively work on these points of reflection, whatever discipline or field we are in, wherever we are. Individually, we can only do so much, but together with the communities we engage with, we can do more. With our UP education, the class of 2026 of the UPLB Graduate School pledges to be agents of transformative change, upholding honor, excellence, and integrity. As we strive for a more sustainable future, may we also find fulfillment and happiness. Let me then close the loop in this speech from the grandson to his grandfather by sharing this reminder on how to live life. A reminder from my father, Rogelio Colting, to whom I dedicate this degree, even as he never got the chance to be here because he joined the Creator during the COVID-19 pandemic. Happiness is not found at the end of the road. It is experienced along the way. So do not take for granted each moment of your life, and you will find a reason to be happy each day. Let us celebrate our graduation, the result of our hard work, the support of our partner communities and loved ones, and the grace of the Lord. I humbly invite all my fellow graduates to honor and express our deepest gratitude for everyone who made our graduation possible. Isang taas kabuong pagpupugay at pasasalamat sa mga komunidad na kumanlong sa atin, sa ating mga gabay sa akademya, sa ating pamilya, kaklase, ang sambayanang Pilipino na nagpopondo sa UP, ang mga nauna na sa atin at nagpanday ng daan para sa atin, at ang poong may kapal na nagbibigay buhay. Allow me to especially honor my Lola Elia Dulay, who also passed recently, and to thank my mother, Lita Molitas, children Lila and Luntian, and husband Alfie, for being my infinite source of love and wisdom. My College of Human Ecology family, are you there? And Sesam family, and advisor Dr. Juan Pulhin, and my committee members, Dr. Rico Ancog, Dr. Vicky Espaldon, Dr. Dixon Gavania, and Dr. Mo Liangco, for your firm yet gentle encouragement. DOST AST HRDP for the Graduate Scholarship, and the Tublay Indigenous Peoples Mandatory Representatives who full-heartedly welcomed me as a community member throughout this academic journey. Fellow graduates, as we leave this room, let us find happiness as we serve and stand with the people. With humble minds, passionate hearts, feet on the ground, and hands and arms entwined with the communities, let us proceed forthwith, without unnecessary drama. See you in the mountains, the fields, and wherever the communities are. Salamat, Jan Shili. Maraming salamat po.
To the graduating class of batch 2026, please raise your hand and please repeat after me. Taos-puso akong nanunumpa na sa katutuparan ko ng buong husay at katapatan. Please follow me. At walang pag-iimbot ang mga tungkuling nakaatang sa akin bilang kasapi ng samahan ng mga nagsipagtapos sa Universidad ng Pilipinas, Los Baños. Ipagtatanggol ko at ipaglalaban ang kapakanan ng universidad na aking pinagtapusan. At pinapangako kong magiging matapat na kasapi ng samahan na ito sa lahat ng pagkakataon. Kaya tulungan nawa ako ng Diyos. Gusto kong ipabot sa inyo na kayo ay isa ng membro ng samahan ng UP Los Baños Alumni Association. Gusto ko rin ipabot sa inyo na a week ago ay nagkaroon ng gawad Pangulo sa UP system sa Diliman. At sa 13 Alumni Association na nagsumiti ng kanilang mga nagawa sa kanilang universidad. Gusto kong ipagmalaki ko sa inyo at ipagmalaki nyo rin sa bawat sarili na ang UP Los Baños Alumni Association ang tinanghal na pinakamagaling na alumni association sa buong UP system. Sa ating pakipagtulungan, sa lahat ng namumuno ng ating universidad, sa lahat ng mga estudyante, lalong higit ay sa ating mga alumni. Tayo ay lubos na nagtutulungan sa campus para tayo ay makatulong sa lahat ng mga nasa campus ng Universidad ng Pilipinas, Los Baños. Kaya minsan pa, pwede ba natin isikaw sa ating sarili? Dahil tayo ay nakikita sa buong kapuluan, sa buong mundo, sa lahat ng may mga graduate o alumni ng UP Los Baños, tayo ay nakikita. Pwede bang isigaw natin na ang katagang mabuhay ang UP Los Baños spirit? Thank you, class of 2026.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Here we go, nothing in our way. The world is ours today, and we've only just begun. Chase the light, time is on our side. The future's open wide as we face the golden sun.
Today, we celebrate an important milestone in the lives of our graduating students in the continuing history of graduate education at UPLB.
Everything we do cannot be fully objective. Where we stand always matters. Our worldview and values guide our choices that can impact the lives of many as we seek to reimagine more just, inclusive, and sustainable ways of doing and engaging with communities.
Ang aming pagtatapos ay naalay namin sa bayan. Kayo ang dahilan kung bakit napuntahan namin ang landas na tinahak namin ngayong umaga.
Our dreams come to life. Hold on tight, fly away into the open sky, wonder in our eyes.
This is my hope, it's my purpose, and my invitation. And I'm so grateful and joyful to be in this space of possibility with you. Again, congratulations to all our soon-to-be graduates, mga bagong master at bagong doktor ng bayan. Mabuhay kayo. Padayon, and salamat.
Making the decision of coming to study in UP here is the best decision I have taken so far. And also the learning, I have learned a lot of new things that I didn't know I would have been able to do it, but with my studies here, I think I am well prepared, and going back to my country, I'll make a great impact.
Kayo ang mga scholar ng bayan. Return that investment to work that is careful, ethical, relevant. Use your expertise to clarify, rather than to confuse, to build, rather than to diminish trust, and to create opportunities, rather than reinforce exclusion.
Caminante no hay camino. Se hace camino al andar. Al andar se hace camino. Path maker, there is no path. We make the path by walking. By walking, the path is made.
May we celebrate
not only the degrees earned, but also the knowledge, the service, and the possibilities that they represent. Class of 2026 of the UPLB Graduate School. Congratulations, Padayon.